Hello kittens, welcome back. This is Seb the Cat. So, sorry I'm a bit late today. I've been working on some announcer sounds for our new game Split Races. We'll run through those sounds in a quick minute. Just to give you a quick overview, Split Races is a split screen game for mobile, which is a little bit weird. Not a lot of people are doing split screen for mobile because the screen is tiny. So we're doing a super simple UI, graphics, and just trying to make a nice arcadey race battle game using the Godot engine. So I'm going to switch over to my editor and let's have a look at where the project is so far. Okay, so I've screwed up our buttons a little bit because I've changed the global theme of the game. But let's just make sure we have an idea of how the game's coming along. Okay, so each player has 3 buttons. Let me just turn this down. And in fact, I've outputted the work we've done on the theme song in Logic last week, and that's now in the game. So you should hear the updated theme song. And the idea is that both players collect stars and weapons, and we're going to introduce a phase system so that you've got 30 seconds to collect as many stars and weapons as you can. And then when the 30 seconds is up, both players have to battle it out to the death. So last week we also added a new UI feature, so when you're aiming using the touch screen and you click, the aim button gets bigger, and then you can now drag up and down on that shoot button to tweak your aim, and that makes it a lot easier. I noticed it was quite difficult to shoot or to aim once you'd shot because the fingers would be on the other buttons, so that allows a much better gameplay, I think, when you're using the touchscreen. Obviously the keyboard works as well for testing. We've got just 3 weapons at the moment. We'll add some more soon. Some boost pads and I think 4 different levels, but we'll add more of those soon as well. So we've added colored lights to both the players so that we can easily identify who is who. We've got it's actually blue, but it comes out as green. And so both players have their weapons and coins all tracked. So what I want to do today is I want to implement some sounds I've been working on, which are ridiculous, but I kind of like them. These are the voice sounds, and essentially I've recorded myself as the announcer, and I have run them through a number of effects in Logic and a vocoder system. And so let's have a quick look at some of these sounds we've got. And yep, they are ridiculous, but
it's a draw.
I kind of like how the voice came out, like with all the effects.
Fire shield. Fire shield. Hurry up. Missile. Missile. Player 1 wins.
And so the main reason for doing these sounds is to announce the phases, which I want to implement now. So
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 2. Fight.
Right, so it's like Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 2. right? So a bit of that is
Split Races. Welcome to Split Races.
yeah. I got all theatrical and stuff. I decided not to do that on stream because that was many levels of ridiculous, but a lot of fun. So cool. All right. So what I want to do is I want to figure out how we do our phase system. I guess the first thing we want to do is add a tracker for the phase system, and that is probably just going to be in the game state. So we've got this time. Sorry, not this one. It's in our model. So this model is our game state, and I guess we just need didn't realize there's actually an enum type in Godot. I think it's like enum. We'll say phases, and then we'll say. Heck, I need to check the docs to see how that works. One moment. Okay, I think we've got our Godot docs in here. Alright, so let's have a look at enum. It should be under GDScript. Maybe just GDScript basics. I think there's a section in there. Um, Here we go. Okay. Keys and a named enum are not registered as local addresses. Name. Okay. So we're going to say phase 1 is actually equal to 0 and phase 2 is equal to 1. Okay, so we've got our two phases. And what I want to do, I guess, is, well, that's easy enough. We can just say like can shoot. Oh, and we need a variable for the current phase, right? And that's always going to default to phase 1. Oh, it's phases.phase1, right? Yep. Okay, so the current phase is always going to be, just put that in there, phase 1 to begin with, right? And if current phase is equal to phases.phase1, then return false, right? Like we can't shoot at the beginning in the first phase. Phase 1 is just collecting items, preparing yourself for battle. Okay. So our players should no longer be able to shoot at all. Even if we cheat and load something. Yeah. So players can't shoot. And I think what we want is I guess we also want like players here. And player 1 equals 0 and player 2 equals 1. And we want var, what would we call that? Weapons. Say like player, actually no, we don't need that enum just yet. So I guess we can have player 1 weapons, right? Is equal to an empty array, and then we can have player 2 weapons equals an empty array. And I think what we'll do is we've got a game timer. I think we need. We'll call this like a phase timer, I guess. And I'm thinking I might just delete, I don't know, the time manipulator didn't really feel right at the end. You couldn't really get it to sound or look good. So I might just delete that. And we may as well commit that delete and anything to do with the time manipulator. Okay. So here we just say all of this stuff is updating sound and music asset. Okay, we want to ignore everything under the exports folder, so let's ignore that. Here, this is updating our Android build profile, export profile. This we didn't actually implement. I'll just leave that for now. We do the stars. Okay, so we updated the way that stars blink. Date, star animation. Okay, this shader was, not great. We tried to make a shader on Friday that changed in time for music, but didn't quite fit. What was our previous commit? Okay. That's a fixed commit. A fix Android build profile. Okay, let's just say this is added a zigzag shader. I don't think we want that anymore. So we can just discard that. Okay, this one we just say update project settings. I know this isn't particularly fun, but we just want to make sure we get everything rolled in. Okay, before we start playing around. Okay, and then this is remove zigzag shader from world. Okay, cool. Alright, so what are we doing now? So we've got an enum to represent our phases. We say our current phase is phase 1. We've created a phase timer, and that's going to be a 30 seconds, a one shot, and I'm not sure we want to auto start. Yeah, not quite. Okay, and I think we're going to build some GUI around this for each player. So right now we've got like a shared GUI, which looking back at this is probably not a good idea, because each player is actually looking at the screen from different orientations, so it's kind of hard to represent that information in a way that people can see from both sides. Maybe I'll turn this into icons, I think, in a bit. I think maybe having the star icons up here makes sense, and then having a timer for each player, plus maybe the weapon. We'll see. Okay, so we've got this timer, right, and it's gonna like slowly tick down. So what we want to do is we want to create an onReady reference, like a reference to this. Oh, you can get rid of that time manipulator as well. And we're going to call this phase timer, and it's just going to be equal to $phase timer. And when we're ready, we want to connect our phase timer.connect, and we want to listen to our timeout signal, and we want to connect it to our game state. And we'll call the handler on phase timer timeout. Right? Nice and easy. Okay, and this time manipulator can die. And so from this. Actually all of that stuff's to do with the time manipulator. Cool, well that simplifies our code a lot as well, doesn't it? Okay. So we're going to connect our timer to our game state, and that's pretty easy. We'll just jump into our game state here, and we just need to implement this handler. Do we have any handlers on this? No, we don't. This is our first handler. And when I say handler, I mean the signal handler. I don't think that takes any arguments. Okay, so let's just print phase ended here. Okay. Passing expression replaced. I'm writing the wrong programming language here. Okay, cool. So that's now our phase ended. And then what we want to do is we want to maybe just add a quick and dirty GUI for our time. I guess I'll just add it. Oh, I know what we could use. So there's a progress bar. And sorry, not progress bar. Texture progress. Right? And we'll say this is time. I'll just call this the clock. And what we can do here is put radio fill on. And let me remember, oh yeah, fill mode. So we can do clockwise. And then we just provide it some GUI textures. So what I might do, in fact, is I'm going to save this as a branch, as a scene in our GUI. And we're just going to call this clock. And now if I jump into this clock, we now have clock as an independent scene. I'm just going to bring up a sprite. Let's just plonk that here. Don't need to. Okay. So let's have a look at our tiles and see if there's something we can use in here maybe. We could just try starting with a single color. What does that do? He blushes. Alright, so let's do 8x8 grayscale on white. And just look. Alright, so if I save this as our GUI GUI, where's our clock? I think we haven't saved our clock yet. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. Put it in the folder. Alright then. Something's gone wrong with this directory. I don't know what's happening. Let's just do it here then. So we've got our GUI clock, and we'll pop our clock inside there. Right. And let's just open our project again. Oh, okay, well that was unfortunate. That's why I use get. Save you from these issues. Looks like our main hasn't actually changed. Okay, I think I shouldn't have moved that clock without outside of Godot. It does struggle with moving resources a lot. There you go. Alright. So yeah, I've run into this problem a few times. It's a bit frustrating. Okay, so now we've got our clock there, and then we can just save our background. For now, it's just going to be oh, I see what's happening. Yeah. So we've got a GUI inside a GUI, which isn't what we want. Let's close this scene, save this one, and move this here, and delete this GUI. Okay. Cool. Alright, and then let's save it again. Right. So we've got our clock as part of our GUI, and let's just save this background. This is getting annoying. Definitely there. Alright, I'm just going to save this inside our GUI directory then, and we'll just call this clock progress, and then we'll save as wow, I'm making a mess of this right now, aren't I? Simple clock, supposed to be, and yeah, okay, so we don't want that. Put a clock scene in there. Alright, so we're going to save as a PNG inside clock, clock progress, and save as again, and we'll just call it clock PG. And I guess what we can do, in fact, so the BG is obviously just going to be like pure white to begin with. We'll figure out some colors later. And in the progress, I think we can sort of make this a like a bit of a circle. Cool. Alright. And I realize this is going to be a little ugly to begin with, but I want to just get the mechanic in. So we jump into our clock scene, and let's just set some sort of size here. I'm going to just do like a 50 by 50. In fact, it probably should be a multiple of 8, so I'm just going to make it 64 and 64. Alright, so then what we do is we open up these textures and we say that the under texture is going to be the background, and the progress is going to be progress. Okay, so between it's going to be max of 30, and we're going to set the value to 30 to begin with, and I'm going to stretch that. Okay, so as this clock goes down, it's slowly going to decrease like that in a clock-like fashion. So we'll start off at 30, right? Okay, and then what we can do is we can jump into our game and maybe put our clock in this screen split. In fact, it might be better to put it inside the score. I'm not too sure. Okay, so let's delete this node. That's one good thing about saving it as a scene. We can now delete it. We can jump into the score scene and actually just add our clock in here. And we need to put a size flag here to expand. And yeah, maybe having the expand is not actually that good. I mean, we could just give it a flat size. Oh, I know what to do. Why don't we put the clock where the player's shoot button is going to be in the controls, right? So here we can grab our clock and put it over the top. Oh my god, over the top of our shoot button. And expand. And we'll do a full rect. Okay. So now, essentially that's a clock texture that is going to slowly wind down with time and unlock the shoot button, right, for phase 2. Okay. So for our controls, we can hook this button up. And in fact, let's just have a look at our game state timer. Phase timer. Okay. So our signals, we've got our timeout signal. I guess what we want to actually do is set this to 1, auto start, right? And we'll just let the timer tick the game state, and the game state can keep track of how many seconds are in each phase. Okay, so there we go. So now if we go to our game state, instead of saying phase ended, we're going to say tick, right? And let's just say the bar seconds left in phase is equal to phase 1 length. phase 1 seconds, right? And that can be a constant. And right now that's going to be 30 seconds. And so every time we get that signal from the timer, we can just decrement our seconds left in phase by 1. And we can say if seconds left in phase is equal to 0, next phase. Otherwise, and then we can implement our next phase. Okay. We can say elif seconds left in phase is greater than 0 decrement. Okay, and then next phase, I think we can just say the seconds left in phase is equal to -1 for now. So we stop that timer ticking down. And we're going to say well, we don't really know just yet, but we're going to start phase 2 at some point. I'll put it to do, so we know that there's something else that happens there. Okay, so if we decrement, we also want to emit a signal, and we'll just call it timer update, right? With the current seconds left. Okay, now we're going to need to define that signal up top. So we'll say signal timer update and with a seconds value, right? Cool. So that's essentially our game state sorted, emitting a regular signal. And now we need to figure out how to connect our controls to the game state. So when we are thinking about connecting a signal, we want to move upwards through the tree to find the first common parent, right? So our controls is it control yeah, this is our control split, right? These are our timers. So they're inside this node, so we're always going to have to go up to our first common parent, which is the game node, and figure out from there. And that's fine, that's actually really easy. We've already got the controls as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this line here, and we're going to connect the timer update signal to our controls P1. And we're going to just say on phase timer update. And we'll do the same thing for the player 2 controls, because they've each got their own little clock there. And we might want to bring this phase timer up under here to show that these are all related. And in fact, this is related to victory. Okay. So we're now telling this controls about every update of the timers. And so we can jump into our controls, code. And implement our handlers. So we got that, and we're going to get seconds here. And I'm just going to pass for now. Okay, and what we want to do is we want to make sure we have a reference to that timer node, sorry, the progress node. We jump into our controls. That would be the vertical split S clock, right? So what we do is we just copy this, and we'll call this clock, and this can be clock, right? So we now have a reference to our clock, and in our handler we're going to say clock.value equals seconds. Fantastic. And we say if seconds is greater than 0, right? Otherwise, we can say clock dot I guess. I guess here we can say clock dot show just to be useful, just in case. It's not going to be like a big performance hit because it's happening every second only. So okay, we only got one tick. So I think what we need to do is we need to also plug in our restart. So inside our game, over here, so we also want to connect our timeout to ourselves, right? And what we'll do is we will just bonk. In fact, it feels odd that I'm pretty sure there was supposed to be a repeat. Oh, yeah, we turn off one shot. That's fine. Okay, we don't need to do that. Okay, so we can take off that there. And what are you complaining about? Really, it turns value, but really. Okay then. Underscore R. Right. So now our clock is slowly going to decrement, and it's not pretty. It's really not pretty. But then that's going to give us that can shoot value. Yeah, I realize I'll probably need to do a little bit of graphic design at this point, because I'm probably implementing something that I'm not going to keep, but we are getting to the point where we need to start thinking about long-term graphical decisions. Because I want to start doing the GUI today, so let me just grab something here which is printing. This one. We don't need these. We know it's working now. We'll call these freeze effect and unfreeze effect. Okay. So the next phase I think is actually really simple. We can just go into the game state and we can just say we can implement this to do here. So the next phase is actually really simple, I think. Current phase is equal to phase 2. Right? We need to prefix the enums with the name of the enum. So phases.phase 2. Right? And then we should be able to shoot again because we said we check if phase 1 is there. And I think there's just one more thing I want to do is I want to update this clock. So there's something about the clock I forgot, because we probably want to put an understate as well. So oh no, I see. So we might want to put a color rect underneath this. So the children are always going to So if we set this value to like 1, okay. Sweet. So then I think what we want to do is we actually just want to disable this button. And then when we switch phases, we want to say, what was it called? So that's our game state. Well, we want to emit a signal, change phase, and we may as well say phases.phase 2, even though it's not really important. I only really imagine 2 phases in this game for now. So, yeah. But I may as well just do it this way. And we'll just call this phase. Alright, so now what we need is we need our controls to listen again to this game state. We jump into our GUI controls, and on ready, I think we already have a game state reference. So up here we're going to say _c is equal to the game state dot connect, and we want to connect the change phase to ourself, and we're going to say on game state change phase as the name of the handler. And let's go down right to the bottom and implement our handler. We're putting handlers up there now. Okay. Oops. phase number, which we're not going to use at this point, and just pass. Okay, and I'm just going to drag all of our handlers to the very bottom because that's what I've been doing in my other classes, and I may as well be consistent here. Right, so when we change our phase, what we want to do is we want to find our shoot button, I believe. Yeah, our shoot button, and we just is it our shoot button that's disabled? No. It's our shoot icon. Which is actually a button, I realize. Enable dot disabled equals false. Right? So that means that when we change phases, that button should become re-enabled. Now our theme right now is a bit of a mess. Maybe we can edit that later on. Okay. We can't really shoot at this point, but we can load up weapons in the meantime. And when our timer runs out, our button becomes enabled and we can shoot. Cool. Alright, so we now essentially have pretty much the entire gameplay arc. The last thing we want to do is we want to destroy all the stars when the phase changes. So that's a bit odd, isn't it? But I guess what we do is we actually want the world to manage that event. So we're going to jump into the world, right? And we've already got our game state here, and what we're going to say here, now ready callback. Is we're going to say _c is equal to game state dot connect. Right, so we're going to connect to the phase that changed. Change phase. Change phase, okay. And we're going to register ourselves and a handler called on game state change phase. And in fact, I'm not even going to do this here. I'm going to do this on the stars themselves. Right? So we're going to say, oops. So whenever we do that, and I guess we're just going to die. We don't really have a die on here, do we? We could create well, I think we definitely want to create a public API for die. Die, right? And we'll just pass. In fact, we'll just Q3 at this point. And then we forgot to implement this handler. So this should be a handler. And we'll just put underscore phase because we don't care about it right now. And I'm going to move all these down to the bottom and put it in a new area called handlers. And what we're going to do is we're just going to die. In fact, let's not bother with this right now and just do it in the handler. Because we're going to have some interesting little things happen when a star times out. Because I don't want the same animation for a pickup. I want them to sort of fizzle out. So if we go into our star scene, and what I'm going to do, that light occluder is a weird shape. Okay, so inside our star scene, I believe what we want is an animation player. Animation player. And I'm going to call this the fizzle, or let's say just timeout animation. Okay, and we're going to create a new animation, and we're going to call it, hold on, this probably should just be an animation player. And we'll create a new animation, and we'll call it our timeout. I'm going to add the property of star, and oops, not the star. We want to animate the property of the sprite, right? And I think we just our sprite modulate. Okay, and how long do we want our animations to be? Yeah, 1 second. Seems about right. Alright, so let's just zoom in so that we get that 1 second. And if we want it continuous and we want a cubic, and I think we just fade down to 0. 0 opacity and to black. Alright, so that star is just going to fade away. Right? Now let's add another track for our light. And I think we want to just grab our light's scale. And we will just scale that cubically up a little bit to begin with. right? So we'll scale it up to 1.5 by 1.5 and then scale it right down. Okay. And we may as well do a little bit of scaling. Oh, hi, Tenorus. How's it going? Didn't see you there. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm just going to pop the star a little bit at the same time. Maybe not 1.5. We'll just put it like a 1.1. Really soft. And then all the way back down to 0. We want cubic. Right? We maybe want to spin or anything. I think that's fine. Okay. So then what we want to do is we want to jump back into our star, right? And then let's grab our animation player on ready. So we have a reference to it. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, and that's going to be animation player, right? Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to say animation player dot play timeout. You can see VS Studio Code trying to be way too helpful. And then we can say animation player dot connect animation finished to self on animation player animation. I can just say Q3. Okay. So now what we expect to happen is when the game changes phase, all the stars die simultaneously. And they just fade out. Oh, hello, SFGDQEF. I'm not even gonna try. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so. Something's wrong. I forgot. I must have hidden something. Oh, what? Does our sprite? That's odd. Right, here we go. So I can pick up a few stars before the time runs out. And all the stars go away. And we're left with just weapons. for the death match at the end. Right? I can still fly this new star. Okay, so the reason why that's happening is because our handler is taking the wrong number of arguments, and so the Q3 is not getting called. So if I open up our animation player, what we'll find is we'll find a signal here, and we're supposed to get the string of the animation name. So when I do this handler, we can't do this. We have to call it on animation player animation finish. Right? I tried to take a shortcut, but so unfortunately in Godot, animation name, if animation name equals the timeout animation, then Q3, right? So if you don't accept the correct number of arguments in a handler, then it will never trigger, and it will fail silently, which is quite, I think, quite a common reason for bugs. Okay, cool. So I think we just want to change, then the final part of our gameplay change is to get rid of the victory condition. Maybe we'll do that in a bit. So I can sort of collect stars, and the stars are going to essentially be my life when the battle is initialized. And now when I run into these boxes, I'm not going to trigger any more stars. And I think we need to make the boxes respawn. No. I just realized I need to put a compressor on my chill beats. For the there we go. Alright. So now when I am playing the game, the music will drop out automatically, so we won't have two tracks playing at once, which I understand can be quite annoying. I'm a bit of a neurotic when it comes to music. I hate not hearing the same song twice, or the worst is when you're listening to a song and someone tries to whistle over it. That's not the song. Yeah. You might notice that the new theme song, I just finished exporting it today out of Logic. We were working on that on Friday, and so that's now in the game. And I've got some announcer sounds which I think I'll add to soon. Right. So I think what I'm going to add is that every weapon hit is going to lose a player a star, at least 1 star, and then certain weapons, like power weapons, are going to also cause the player to throw a star, right? So, does that make sense? So, when you get hit by a missile, like right now, you just throw a star out, but I'm going to actually have one of your stars break as well. And it's quite nice that the stars go away from a performance perspective, because without the stars getting in the way, we can, because they have their own light system, we can spend some more processing power on doing the weapon effects. Because we have to keep the CPU usage quite low because we want to target mobile, right? Okay, so what's the next step here? Maybe the next step is making our buttons not look absolute shit. So I changed the theme on our buttons to be... So I was working on a main screen, a main menu, and so that looks a bit like this. Well, not like that. Not much here, to be honest. We're gonna put like a background probably and some other stuff. I might do an animation for this as well. So I set up this theme for our buttons. But I'm not too sure whether that's good enough. I mean, the black and white I think probably works fine. Alright, let's figure out how to make these buttons look a bit better. So I guess we want a new theme, which is separate from the main game theme. So let's create this theme here and save it in the GUI controls, and we'll just call it control theme. Okay. And this is what our control theme kind of looks like. Not great to begin with, but we can add some class items here for a button. And we can add all of these into our theme. Okay. So that's our U button, has that theme. These touch buttons aren't actually like buttons in the traditional GUI sense. They're just essentially like touch areas. Okay. So here we can pretty much just load this control theme into all 3 of our buttons. Okay. And that means we can now edit them all together. We don't really need to worry about our fonts. I'm not sure if this is really going to affect, no, this isn't going to affect anything. Styles, however, this is where we want to figure out our style. So I'll decide our so our disabled button is going to look like that. And you just say like black or you know. I think black, and maybe we can put in fact actually a texture would be nice, right? So do a Starbucks texture, and let's jump into Sprite and build a texture for this. So I think we only need something like say 6. 5. Yeah, 5. Okay. You'll see why that's important in a bit. Well, depending on how I implement this. Okay, so I sort of want something like this. And then, no, I want a transparent background. Okay. And then we want to just do something a little bit like that. And then this. And we'll put some white in here. And maybe a little darker just along this edge. Right? So what I'm thinking is sort of just like a little bit of a notch. So we'll say button bg.png. Okay. And I think I think I need to figure out a way to rotate that for each player. Okay. So I think we need to make this bigger again. Make it 8 by 8. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure. I'm not super good at these GUI systems, so just going with the default for now. But yeah, I'm not too happy with how that's going out. Why is that? I see what happened. When we resized it, it didn't update. The Starbox texture. I don't seem to be able to do that. Okay. So what I might do is I might just remove that Starbox texture and create a new one. And drag this. No, you can't do that. What happened? Huh. Wow, this is okay, double click this. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Alright. I think that was maybe a bug in Godot. Alright. Sweet. And now we can put an expand margin, I believe, and keep these from going too crazy. Ah, I see. No, that's not what I meant, but okay. That looks a bit weird, doesn't it? I mean, we could tile some sort of pattern. Okay, so this is, I think, what's going to bring it out. Is just adding a little bit of margin to both sides. Quite a bit of margin. Okay. Still not really liking how that looks. I think we just go for flat. Oh, that's why, yeah, I already did the flat, right? I don't like this theme editor at all. I'll be honest. You wanna, hmm. We could just use flat colors for now. And just add a border. We'll put it gray. With the black border. So we'll make it look a little bit like the main menu buttons, but we'll just turn down the border width a bit. And we won't have shadows. So we'll just Yeah, I think that'll work. Okay. And so if we open up this control theme and we save this as can't be saved. Make it unique. What? Make unique. Right. And save. And we're going to call this disabled. Okay, so that's the style for our disabled. And what we can do is we can just duplicate this. And we'll call this normal. Yep. And normal is just going to be white. And if we jump into our control theme and look at our normal, we can drag this into here. Right. Okay. And just save that theme there. And now inside our normal style box, we can just add some content margin so that those icons don't look so stupid. Cool. Alright. Now I don't really like the icons. So I think it's time to update those in Sprite. Let's jump into our GUI, controls, Earth and both. Yep. Okay. So first of all, let's just blacken some of this stuff and delete the rest. Yeah. Okay, and then we can make it look more like an arrow, I guess. Cool. I hope that looks better. And let's just paste that over the whole thing. Actually, paste that over the whole thing, and let's do a rotate flip vertical and save. Okay, so those feel a little nicer to me now. Visually, I think they're simpler as well. Now our disabled box, I think our disabled box doesn't have enough margin around that icon, so I'm just going to quickly tweak that. Margin about 12, 12, 12, and 12. Okay. Now I'd like maybe those to have a pressed state. So let's go into our theme again. I'm just going to duplicate our normal state and just call it pressed. And in here, we're just going to say it's going to be, I guess, black. You can see what that looks like, I guess. Then on our control theme, we drag our pressed state over here. And we don't really need to worry about the font colors changing because we don't have any text in those buttons. So when I click these buttons, they don't seem to press. Interesting. I quite like how the stars go away. We definitely need some sort of oh hello Azoritko 14, thank you for the follow. We definitely need a sound effect for when that phase change happens. I mean, I've got the announcer. And when I say announcer, I mean me. Alright. So why are they not triggering? I think the touch buttons are getting in the way. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I really don't like that clock graphic. So I think what we really need to do here is put another node in here. So we'll just do a control node, and we'll call this clock container, right? And then, in fact, we'll put the clock container over the top of the touch button, and that's going to contain the clock. Now the clock container is going to have the full rect and the expansion. Okay, and then the clock instead we'll say there's a horizontal, okay, and then give it like a height, a size of like 100, and then what does that work? Horizontal center, not quite. And then keep ratio, full rect. Okay, well let's see how that looks. Nope. Yeah, and we just need to update the clock to be inside the clock container. Okay, so that's not quite what we want. We want it to sort of like overlay those controls, like over the center. I'm not sure exactly how to do that in Godot. So that's the full width. And we kind of want I think I know. I think I know. So I think we'd go into the anchor and would say that the top anchor is like 0.25 and the bottom anchor is 0.75. Right? Now that's going to make the clock like a little less stretched. That's not perfectly square, is it? So I think if we just remove the boundaries from those buttons, they'll look a bit better. The margins, sorry. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this clock. So maybe we just don't have any anchors. I don't know. Okay, so one thing we can do, yeah, I think getting rid of these margins makes sense here. I'm not too sure where those margins are coming from, whether they're coming from the theme. They don't seem to be coming from the layout. Unless they're from the vertical split. Ah, there we go. Okay. So we can bring the separation down. Cool. Instead of making the clock... Okay. So I think the clock was just a failure. But if we make it a bottom to top texture, right, that's just the full rect. It just essentially counts down in a more simple manner. So we can sort of see our button slowly power. Maybe we power. Yeah, it's powering up in a way. Tick, tick, tick. And then maybe we can fade that and animate that button to appear. Okay, I think that's much better, and we can just put a texture around that clock. Yeah, I like that. And I don't even think we need that clock container. But I'll leave it there for now. I'll leave it there, just in case. If we want to do some sort of effect or something, we might need it. Okay, so in that case, we probably don't need the clock texture to be quite as dark. So we can just do it like this, and I wonder if we just pitter-patter some patterns in this texture. And tile it. Okay, and then what we can do is maybe just put a little bit of white in here and do like sort of I don't know. Just playing here. Okay, and then that clock texture. Did we save that? Save. Yep. Now, did I pick it up? No. Interesting. That's really not what that is. I don't know why it keeps. Let's see if it's maybe just a GUI thing. Okay. So we don't have our button states working correctly, but that's fine. Alright, so I'm just going to get rid of those rounded corners because they don't look good in this scenario at least. Because we're part of like a flat bar, I think it just doesn't quite make sense in this GUI. Corner radius. Okay. I think removing the boundaries between this score makes sense as well. I think I'm just going to flatten most of the UI and get rid of the rounded corners except in the menus. And then we'll jump into the game and just remove a little bit of that padding around the screen split. So I think that's a property of this. Our margin, no, it's our custom constant. That's supposed to be 0, I think. Okay. And then these score things, we can remove some of the boundaries around them. Cool. And I think I'm actually going to change the score to be like little icons of stars, but we'll figure it out. Okay, so I'm no longer able to click that the shoot button, and I think it's because that needs to be on top. So the clock container's not dying. The clock's dying, the clock container isn't, so that needs to be on top. Fine, not a big deal. The other thing is, I think I'm going to flip around the clock background and the clock progress. Okay. So there's sort of like a slow reveal of the button underneath. Alright, so now I'm going to add some popovers for the phases and the announcer track. Oh dear. This is going to be embarrassing. Alright, so I'm going to create a new bus for the announcer. Okay, and then I'm just going to put that right over here. So it's one of the three main buses. We want the announcer to be separate from the sound effects. Okay, so then what? So I guess we're going to call these like panels. And I'm going to create a new scene, which is going to represent phase 1. Right, so basically what we want is a 2D scene where we have some text which announces like the phases. In fact, this can just be a node, doesn't need to have a position. Or does it? Yeah, actually it's going to be a control, I think. And we'll call this phase 1. Okay, so the first thing we want is an audio stream player. Okay, and we're just going to call this voice. And we're going to load in our voice from here. Okay. Cool.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Yeah. Should be an autoplay, and we want to mix target to our announcer. Cool. So the next thing I want to do is I want to create a label and we're going to put in phase 1, right? And it's going to be a center, and just do a full rect. Let's maybe make this control a little bigger. We'll say it's going to be roughly a 500 by 500, and that's going to make our label full size in the middle, right? And here, our theme is a little useless, so let's grab our default theme and see what that looks like. Not great. Font, outline. So we could put like a box around it. I wonder if we put a box around this. I don't know. This could be like a color rec. And that could be like a background. We have like a bit of a background that can just fade in and out. Yeah, I don't mind that actually. So if we make this color rec, and then we can make our color like a black, right? That's going to let us see this label, and the label, maybe we just do like a new theme here, and we can save that as our like panel theme. And the default font, I actually got a new font. I got some new fonts actually this morning, and I think some of them will look a little bit better than the one I've got at the moment. This one. That's quite cool. I really like that. Generic, maybe for a character speaking. Kind of cool. A bit too fancy, that one. That's quite cool. I love the name of this font. That is ridiculous. I love it. Alright. Star Pro. I kind of just want to go with this one. The other one's that. That one's cool, but it's a bit too square. It doesn't have any personality, but this one has personality. Alright. Let's copy this into our GUI and put it into... Actually, I think... Is there anything else? Yeah, I think it can just go in our GUI. And I'll just pull this panel font. Okay. So then if we go into our theme for this label, our panel theme, and we'll load a new dynamic font, and let's save that as our GUI, and we'll just call it block dynamic font. Okay, and I think this is going to be like size 72. And the font is just here, and we'll grab our font data in here. There we go. That looks cool, doesn't it? Phase 1. Okay, and I guess what I want here is I actually want this visible, VBox container, right? I'm going to put the label in there, and then that VBox container needs to be a full rect, and then this label. Okay, cool. If we duplicate this then, and we'll call this title, and we'll call this one subtitle, right? Then in this one we say phase 1 collect stars and weapons, and auto wrap should be on. I don't know why this is grown out of control, so this should be a full rect. Cool. And then this here, this label, we need to custom font, I believe, and maybe we'll duplicate this, and we'll say block subtitle dynamic font. Okay, and then that we can drag into here, and that's going to give us the ability to set size significantly smaller, and maybe make the color a little less. Okay. You can do like an outline size. Doesn't really appear to be big. What if we do a new line here? Okay. Sweet. And I'm just going to add some controls. With some spacing. So it's called a spacer. And duplicate that. Alright, so now we just make sure our size flags are expanding in both our spaces. And we've now got like a central thing going on here. I don't know what to call it. It's a thing. Okay, so our outline size seems not really to be working at all, does it? I wonder if that's something to do with the font. Okay, so that's the background. Custom colors. There we go. This is quite interesting with the transparency around that. Cool. I quite like that. And then we can do something similar here. Yeah, we don't need to outline modulate. And then inside here, we can just do our font color. And probably should have been the same gray. Let me just figure out what that gray is. Uh, 4, 7. Okay. What does that mean? There's a preset. Oh yeah, let's do that. I didn't realize Godot did that. That's useful. Okay then, and then do our outline color and just use that preset. Nice. Maybe that's a bit fat. Cool. Alright. So, now we're going to create an animation player for this and animate the appearance of the items on the scene, essentially. So we'll say animation player, and we'll just create a new animation, and we'll say enter. And the first thing I think we want to do is we want to animate its title, and I guess we want this clip text, maybe %visible, right? So we're going to start off here, and we're going to get to 1. Then here, we're going to have a value of 0, and 3, 1, right? And we'll put it cubic, please 1, right? We might, wait, please 1. Probably maybe want like a 2-second animation for this. Okay, so the first one, we go blunk, and then let's animate the subtitle as well, and we'll do %visible, and we'll start it a little bit later, around here. Okay, and that will be a 0 as well. Cubic. Alright, so we're over here, we want to insert a key here of 0 as well, right? So now, select stars and weapons. Okay. Why is that flashing on and off? I think what we need to do is set this at 0 to begin with. Maybe? Oh, this is 0. I think I maybe did this in the wrong order. No. We can, well, I think I want to bring the alpha of this into play as well, so we may as well just do it with alpha. So we're going to start off an alpha of 0. And when we start to animate, we'll animate up like an alpha of 1. So, and we can do the same thing with the title. Modulate. And I think we can highlight all these keys, duplicate keys. Nope. So there's a copy and okay. Nope. I'm sure there's a way. Hold on. We'll just do it manually then. Let's jump over here and look at our modulate. Hit 0. Okay, and then sort of starting here. Where's that button? There's a button, right? Oh, we want looping on. You just command to it. Okay. And we'll start going to about here, I guess. And pretty much all of these should probably just be qubit. Okay, and then the problem here is that we're not stopping on those full values. So I think we can just at 2, add another keyframe here, and just make sure that these are all at 1. Oh, we want these to clamp. Okay. Cool. And now maybe some sort of size flag stretch. So you could start this off at like 0. And then put it to like a 1 over here. And then we'll just make sure it's clamped in the loop. Okay, so actually I think we want a 1.5 here. And then we'll put a bounce back and get it back to 1. And make sure we're cubically interpolating these. Oh wait, what? Right, so that's supposed to be 0. That's supposed to be 1.5. and this is going to be 1. Okay, it's a little bit of a bounce, and I think the bounce needs to be a bit more abrupt. There you go. Okay, now this isn't, maybe needs to go a bit faster. What is happening here? 0, 1. Okay, so something's wrong with this keyframe. Okay, let's put it at 0. And maybe do it linearly and see what happens. Cool, alright. So then this, we want to use 0, I guess. There we go. Please, 1. Okay, so now this title is taking a bit too long to type. I think so. Cool, alright. Then, what else can we animate? I'd like to be able to animate the rotation on the letters, but I think that's probably outside of the scope of Godot. Have a look. Title, no, I think that's fine. Right. The animation player here, current animation, playback, default blend time. Okay, so that's the enter there. Oh, there's one more thing we need to animate, and we want to animate the color of this box. So let's grab a key and set it to no, that's the wrong property, isn't it? Let's trash that. What is it? It's the color property. Okay, so I guess we would grab this and go up to the color and create a keyframe at the beginning. It's going to be black, but it's going to be faded out. And we're just going to fade it in quite quickly. Right. Black. I may as well say black. Of full opacity. Boom. Cool. And we want to clamp the interpolation there. So And I wonder if we just do the whole thing as a single animation instead of like an enter. Probably just easier that way. We don't really need to worry about anything else. So, how long is our voice?
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Phase 1. I probably won't be able to count that. Let's just have a look in the file. Phase 1. It's 4 seconds, which is pretty good. That's roughly what I wanted the animation to be anyway. So we can say that we come in, we see the descent visible. That's not really going to change, but we are going to modulate it out, so we can fade out this color towards the end here. Right. Cool. I think the easiest thing to do as well is maybe we'll do the stretch. So this is supposed to be 1. This is going to be 1.2, maybe 1.5. And we'll ease it out. Okay. And then zip it right up. Zip. Cool. And then we'll just fade out that subtitle at about the same speed. Okay. But this needs to happen earlier than, right? Cool. And this color comes and goes as well, doesn't it? Fades out. We probably want that to happen at the end, so I might extend this animation a bit. Okay, so for some reason this is jiggling. This is a 1. This is a 1. It's the cubic interpolation. Okay. Okay. Right. And I guess we can actually not put this as autoplay and actually put this in terms of the audio playback. Right? And And we just load our voice into there. Phase 1. Right.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1.
Cool. I'm pretty happy with how that is coming across.
Phase 1.
It's annoying to watch it 100 times, but yeah, I think that's kind of what I want. And then what we'll do is we'll say this animation player, in fact we probably just call this animation enter and leave. And our current animation will say is stop. Okay. Oh. Oh. So then So who orchestrates these panels? I guess we have a control node here, right? Oh, before I forget, let's make that is going to the announcer, isn't it? The announcer bus. Yep, okay. So actually, while we're at it, we may as well just create the second panel as well. So let's just duplicate this, and we'll call it Phase 2. Right? And in that case, it's just Phase 2. I don't think we need to drag the audio into this, but we may as well. Just so we can, like, use it. We need to. And for some reason, dragging and dropping in Godot just slows down a lot. So how is everyone doing this afternoon, this evening? Are you guys games developers yourself? Are you other forms of developers? Are you into cats? Meow. I'm interested to hear if anyone else is using Godot right now. So I'm sort of I have mixed feelings about Godot. I'm having a sort of conundrum. I think for this game it makes sense, but I'm not sure all my games going forward are going to be using Godot. I absolutely love the engine. It's such a pleasure to work with. However, I just don't feel like there's enough performance available for me to do what I want to do, which is really unfortunate, right? Okay, so I think this is Phase 2.
Phase 2. Fight.
Oh man, the people in the flats around me must think I'm absolutely bonkers. I spent like 45 minutes doing different voices for the announcer, calling out all the weapon names. I mean, for those who are new to the stream, we went through them at the beginning of the stream, but some of these are like just, I don't know.
Hurry up! Ninja Star.
Ninja Star.
Split Races. Welcome to Split Races.
Oh, so much fun. So much fun. I'm having a ball. I don't care if I get the loony bin called on me. Okay, so I think we just need to update this title a little bit. Be phase 2 and kill each other, murder each other. Yeah. It's gotta be murder each other, right? Okay, so let's have a look. This audio clip, is that the one that we think it is?
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1.
No, not that one. Okay, so let's drag. Can we drag this one? Oh, we can, kind of.
Phase 2. Fight.
Wait.
Phase 2. Fight. 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 Phase 2. Fight.
No, I can't make edits while the animation's playing. Okay, I don't know whether I want the. Do I just say fight?
Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2. Fight.
Murder.
Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2.
I think it has to be the same as the announcer, and I can't be bothered re-recording it. So, fight. Fight it is. Alright. I don't think we need to redo the animations for this either.
Phase 2. Fight.
Do we wait
Phase 2.
and show the fight?
Fight.
Uh,
Phase 2. Fight.
like later on?
Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2.
Yeah, it has to go in time with the announcer, doesn't it? It just feels so much cooler. Wait. Yeah. Okay.
Phase 2. Fight.
Wait.
Phase 2. Fight.
Okay.
Phase 2.
Is that happening in time?
Phase 2. Fight.
Yes. Yes. Okay, so that's in time. Let's go back to our phase 1 and make sure that's in time as well with the voice.
Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2. Fight.
Is this noise getting annoying?
Fight. Phase
So we were doing audio production on Friday. It was just like the same chorus over and over and over again.
Fight.
I can imagine it pissed some people off. Okay, phase 1. Alright, so let's watch this animation and see if it's in time with the voice as well.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Yeah, so what we want to do is we want to bring that subtitle across quite a bit. Right? Delay it a little bit more.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase
Okay, even that is...
Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Oh, that's not long enough. That's why it's not fading out.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1.
You're gonna have nightmares containing that voice. You know that. I am. Even though it's my own voice. I'm still gonna have nightmares. Alright, so that's our phase 1 announcement. I guess we could do like player 1 wins. Which other announcements do we have?
Time is running out.
This one?
Phase 1 is almost over. Phase 1 is almost over. Pea shooter.
um,
It's a draw.
maybe we can do like player 1, player 2 win.
Player 1 wins.
Yeah, we may as well. And we don't need to actually duplicate the scene. We can just call it a victory panel because we just update the player number with code. So we don't actually need to do much more than that. So we'll just call this victory. Right. Okay, so let's jump into our victory panel and update, first of all, player 1 and wins. Well, actually, what if we put the subtitle up the top and called this player 1 with words, and this can be the big, like, win, right? And then we just can update this voice. Okay, so, Oh, I didn't see it, but I knew Rude 24/7. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so we don't actually need a stream, I don't think, in this. Maybe we do. So we say voice P1. Whoops, that's not what we want. Voice P1, right? And that way we can drag this into the stream. Right. Okay.
Player 1 wins.
Okay, and then let's just duplicate that. And we'll say player 2 wins. Okay. And then what happens? I guess we can just put this audio clip in here. And what do we care about? Well, I think we actually want this to happen a lot sooner. And this key can die, I think. And we can just fade it in sooner. And then this fade in just gets delayed a little bit.
Player 1 wins.
Okay, so that title needs to be delayed a bit more as well. This wins.
Player 1 wins.
Like about there, right?
Player 1 wins.
You can probably delay this whole thing a bit.
Wins. Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins.
Yeah, so this is starting a bit too soon.
Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins.
Okay.
Player 1.
Why is that?
Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins.
This is really annoying how it doesn't seem to do that keyframe correctly.
Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins.
What?
Player 1 wins.
Okay, hold on. I think it's this keyframe which is having a problem.
Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins. Player 1 wins.
Sure, that's really annoying.
Player 1 wins.
Oh, that's why we were using the fade in, weren't we?
Player 1 wins. 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 Player 1 wins.
Alright, cool. So, I think those are our panels. Don't really know how I'm gonna fit them in.
Phase 2.
So I guess, we could have like a panel player node, and we could have one for each player, perhaps. I kind of like that idea. So if I have this control and we call it panel player, maybe panel controller, container, panel manager, manager. Yep, well done. Yep, okay, so if we save that as a branch scene, and that's going to go under GUI panels, and we'll just call it. I like to keep everything lowercase, so that in the file system, so that we don't have issues with Git, and if we're deploying with Linux, which we probably will be using Docker, then we don't want to have issues with case-sensitive file systems. So even though for some reason Godot recommends you use capital letters, I don't think it's a good idea. Okay, so we jump into this here, and are all of our animations going to be... Interestingly, we could actually make the animation players the root. Probably should have made them the root of the scene, and it's going to screw everything up if we change that. Oh no, it should be fine. It should be fine. So, if we just create these public APIs, right? Okay, let's jump over to VS Studio to do this. Okay, so we'll say start phase 1, right? And whenever you call this, well, we're going to say there's a const, and we'll say phase 1 start is equal to the preloaded resource at GUI panels phase 1 phase underscore 1 dot texting. And we may as well put phase 2 in there as well. Let's just call it phase 1, phase 2. Right? Cool. And right, so we now have our 2 animation scenes. And when we want to start a phase, well, both of these are essentially going to do the same thing. So we'll just say start phase, show panel, right? And we'll just pass the panel in question. Bonk, start phase 2. And that is, surprise, surprise, going to be incredibly similar. But we're going to pass in the phase 2 scene. Alright. And maybe we should underscore this. And now we have a helper, which is private. All helpers should be considered private, right? And we're going to get a scene. So whatever scene we want is we're just going to say scene.instance, right? We'll say the instance is equal to the scene instance. And then we just want to add child instance. And I guess what we could do, in fact, yeah, we could just make the panel kill itself when it's done, right? So we could, okay, if we have a generic panel GD, which we can attach to everything, right? So the animation player may as well just be enter and leave.
1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Okay. Enter and leave. So I don't know if this is going to play automatically. I assume it will. Okay. I guess when we're ready, so we want an onReady var of our animation player, right? And our animation player, we're going to say like, let's connect an event, not a signal, and we're going to listen to finish animation player, animation finish, right? And we're going to respond to it with ourselves on animation player finished. And what we're going to do here, say handlers, and this is going to be the animation name, which we really don't care about at this stage. We're just going to queue 3, which deletes it from our tree. But before we queue 3, what I want us to do is signal finished and just emit signal finished. Okay, so basically the parent, we emit our own signals. The parent never really needs to know. In fact, no one's really gonna care about that signal for now, but I think it's just nice. And okay. So our panel manager should be full size, right? It actually needs to be, oh shit. Full size of the container. Maybe it needs to be in our control split. V1. Alright. I see. Actually, kind of want it here. And we want this. It's down. And we'll say panel manager V1. Well, I mean, this is really interesting. That ratio. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know. This is, I kind of thought that we would have, one panel manager for each player. But I think if we want to add like some special effects across the screen, we kind of want it to be across the whole control split. And it could even just be over the whole game, right? So it may as well just be over the whole game, I think. We just put that control back in there. And let's just call this spacer. That's all this is. Okay. Now our panel manager can load panels on demand. And our game can now grab an onReady reference to the panel manager. Panel manager, right? And when we load do we need it? Okay, do we need the reference here? Yeah. Yeah, we do. Okay, so I think what happens is the panel manager gets connected to a game state event, right? So the game state, when we level reset, we listen to the level reset event. Yeah, okay. We might need to use a different event in the future, but I think for now the level reset is fine. What we'll do is before we load a random level, we're going to, and all of these should be saved in a variable. Unfortunately, we need to do that. to stop Godot complaining. Because it's a code smell, supposedly, but no one does anything with that value, so I'm not sure why. Anyway. That's not going to return a value, so we don't need to do that. Alright. Fine. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to listen to the game state. I'm going to connect the level reset signal to our panel manager, and we're going to call on game state level reset, right? And that is going to be handled over here, right? And we're going to say func on game state level reset. I don't think there is an argument for that. We'll see. And we may as well duplicate this and call this on game state phase change phase. That change phase 2. Alrighty then. Now we just need to connect up some of this stuff. Okay, so we duplicate this. Instead of listening to the level reset, we'll listen to the change phase, and that will be change phase. Alright. Okay, so that should show our panels when the game state emits those events. And let me figure out if there should be a game state here that emits a victory. So we can say on game state victory. Okay. And if we implement that in our panel manager, and that is going to get a player number. And what we can say is we can say bar text, and we can match our player number, and if 1, then our text equals player 1, otherwise our text equals player 2, right? I guess we can just do it as a ternary. If player number is equal to 1, else player 2, right? And then we can grab our other panel, and we'll call this victory, or yeah, we called it victory, didn't we? Victory, nope, that's not what I meant. Victory, okay. set our text like that, and otherwise we want to show panel victory, and I'm going to say let's return the instance here. Return instance. Var instance equals. What are you complaining about? Oh. Instance, and we'll say set subtitle. Yep. Set subtitle to text. Now we haven't implemented that, but that's fine. We'll just quickly implement that. So inside our GUI panels, we're just going to create a public API at the top. And all of these comments here are just for me, because I like to organize my code in sections. You don't need to do this yourself. So this is going to be set subtitle, and there's going to be some text in there. And on ready, we want to have a reference to subtitle. And here, we're just going to say our subtitle.text is equals text. Right? Okay. So now let's play this game and see how much we've broken it. Okay. Okay, we didn't get any phase 1 announcement. And no phase 2 announcement either, so that's kind of unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah, at least I got my opponent with the Ninja Star, so my day wasn't a complete loss. Oops. Okay, so what do I think happened there? Okay, I think one of our signals is not operating. Or our animation player needs to play by default. It's not playing. So maybe we just need to say animation player.play. And here let's just print panel scene ready. Right, so if we see this, we can sanity check that our panel scene is getting added to the scene tree. Otherwise it's going to be something else. Okay. So the panel scene was ready. That didn't display anything. Okay, so the next gameplay thing we have to do is we have to allow the player to collect multiple weapons. Okay, so that's really interesting. So our scene panel. Oh. Our panel manager So our panel manager seems to be working then, right? Because these wouldn't be added to the tree, and they wouldn't be ready if the panel manager wasn't also working. So basically, it's all coming down to a problem with panels. So I think the problem is that the panels don't all have the script applied to them. So I mean, that's not going to work. We need to attach the panel script to all our panels, right? And then what? Well, the panel 1 script should have triggered anyway, the phase 1, right? Because we've got this. We're saying panel scene is ready, we're connecting the animation player, and we're bloody well playing the animation. So I don't know what more you want. Oh, I know why. Yep, that's it. We'll call this default animation, and we'll export it as a string. Export string var default animation, and we're just going to set it to enter and leave. Okay, so we were trying to play an empty animation, that's why. Okay.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Okay. So the reason we didn't see anything is quite simple, because it's at the back of the game. So let's put it at the front. So in Godot, the bottom nodes are the ones that get rendered last, therefore they get seen like on top, right? So remember that.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Okay. And now this panel manager needs to be, well, it is full screen. And it needs to grow. It should be growing, right? The anchor needs to be at 1, and container. So this should be a 1. I think I'm screwing with this. I've gotten in trouble before for doing this. I'm not going to do that quite yet. Okay, so the panel manager really should be full size, right? Okay.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Okay, let's see if phase 2 triggers. didn't get a phase 2 trigger. Oh, this is going to get a phase value. Alright, cool. Now, let's jump into our panels. For some reason, they don't seem to be growing to full size. Oh, no, they're not. Okay. Then I think I'll want to maybe pause the
Phase 1.
game. I don't know.
Stars and weapons. Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2. Fight.
Interesting. That's quite odd. I don't know why that's repeating. Also, this isn't anchoring correctly either, is it? So I think if we anchor this rectangle at the extremes, I definitely should have instanced this scene. Okay. So now that should hopefully pick up the whole screen. Well, a bit too much, huh? I think we've got some sort of weird margin on these yet. So we have to reset the margins. Yeah, that's right. So full anchor, no margins, and then I think we can do the same thing with those other components. Right, so the game should be 1, 1, 0, 0. Aha! Yep, that's the one. That should also be 1, 1, 0, 0. One, 0, 0. Okay. So, alright, cool. Now, that should allow us actually to...
Collect stars and weapons.
Oh dear. Yeah, I thought I was being so clever. Let me just put min size, right? Just check how the main scene is set up. Okay, that looks about right.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
There we go. Fixed it. I feel like the announcer's a bit loud. Who is that guy? Sounds like a deck. The idea of the game is like you can.
Phase 2.
The phase 2 just happens forever, over and over again.
Fight. Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2.
Okay. So my suspicion is that the timer, in fact, is triggering over and over again. How do we verify that? Well, what we do is we jump and just quickly, I think I'm just going to commit this. So, panels showing over a whole screen. Right? Okay. So our phase timer. We just stop the timer then. Okay, so if there's no second, no, what? If 0 seconds left in the phase, then we go to the next phase, and we say that the seconds left is -1. And we can just say, oh, we don't have a reference to the timer, right? We could pass the timer as part of the signal. I wonder whether that's an anti-pattern or not. I don't think we need to, though. I don't think we need to. Okay, so let's just print here and say Game state next phase. And just verify that it's actually...
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Let me just close this.
Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2. Fight. Phase 2.
Okay, interesting. So it looks like the game state is not triggering a second time. So I can only assume it's actually part of the phase 2 scene not destroying itself correctly. So we've got phase 2 here. And oh, it's because we're looping it. That's interesting. I'm gonna make a note of that. It seems a little bit counterintuitive, doesn't it? Okay, so let's just make sure that our other victory scene is not looping either. Then we'll have the same problem, and it is. Okay. Please.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 2. Fight.
Okay, so one thing you'll notice is, we need to pause during the panels. Otherwise well, what we could do is bring the game speed like right down. I don't know whether... Like we could slow down time instead of pausing it while we showed the panels. That'd be a bit weird though. Okay, so what would that look like then? So the panel manager, right, I guess would be in charge of pausing the game. Well, it's the world that needs to be paused. How's everyone doing in chat? of you guys up to? The world doesn't really have much going on. But the world is what we add everything to in terms of the level. Okay, so let's have a look. If Godot, pause, scene. I don't really want to pause the whole game, that's the thing. Pause. This effectively stops the whole game. Calling this function from script by default will result in unrecoverable state. For enabling pause. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Just to know what. Okay, I guess we'll just do that. Get tree.pause equals true. So here, I guess we'll have, so these are callbacks. So I guess we'll have like some sort of helper up here, which is like pause, helpers, func pause, and that's that, right? But we need to make sure that our pause mode is equal to node dot pause mode process, right? So that we always pause like the whole game except ourselves, essentially. And then when we're finished, we always just say false is false. I mean, that's, I guess, shit, this is supposed to be something different, right? This isn't actually supposed to be here. It's supposed to be in the panel manager, not panel. Right? So what we do is we add the child, and we return the instance, and Ooh. Then we have our pause helper, right? But what we do here is we call the third pause. We call it underscore pause because it's a helper, meaning private. So we set ourselves to pause the third so that whoever's using this instance can actually update it before the pause. Then what? And then we need to connect to the instance, right? Dot connect on the finished signal, right? We need to connect the finished signal to ourself, and we call it on panel finished, which we implement down here. And I don't think we get an argument. No, we don't. At which point we should unpause, right? And then we just need to copy this and essentially just reverse it. So pause mode inherit. Pause mode inherit and then just false. What? I didn't. Oh man, VS Studio. Are you serious? Let's compile here. Yeah. And then using tabs. What on earth is that mean? Convert tab. Alright, so that looks about right. Let's see if that works. We could try and slow the game before we pause. Then pause.
1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 2. Fight.
There we go. Cool, nice. So we've now basically got our phase system in place. We do need to remember all the players' weapons that they pick up, which will add, I think, a ammo tracker to the GUI. The Ninja Star is really good. I froze myself. The Ninja Star is really good at close range, but it's useless long range, right? And the missile, we might make the missile like a homing missile. I don't know. Ninja Stars, I was thinking that the Ninja Stars might have been overpowered, but I don't think they are. Cool, alright. So hello, Cat Peasant. Welcome back. Thank you. Just did a phase system.
Collect stars and weapons.
Okay, so that phase system has to implement in a deferred way, right? So interesting. Okay, so I think what's happening is the level's not fully loading before the panel manager gets to itself. We're already doing a call deferred pause. So I guess it's in the game that we're doing this, right? When we load a random level, wait. The panel manager is listening to on state level reset. So for some reason, okay, we need to call deferred on this, right? I think. Otherwise the game pauses before the players are correctly in place. And I think this should be called deferred as well. What? It's literally there, isn't it? Oh, 2F. Okay, cool. Double R. Spelling. Spelling's hard. Much harder than programming. Okay, cool. So I'm hoping by deferring those calls, we allow the level to load fully before pausing.
Collect stars and weapons.
Not quite. I mean, it's probably fine.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Okay, so now we need some sort of weapon tracker, which needs to be part of the GUI system, I guess. So, probably want our game scene, so we can just get an idea of where this is all getting placed. So, this is our control, our spacer, and our, okay. So now, So the screen split, we can probably modulate these now, these scores. So P1 can now be modulated to be a little bit red. Well, very red. And P2 can be modulated to be green. The bluey green. Maybe more blue than green. Okay. So now, I'm not happy with the design of these boxes, but in fact, I kind of just want to make them, Well, if we jump into these, like these labels definitely need some custom fonts. Right?
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
And then we maybe add like a minimum height on these labels, right? Min size we'll say is like 50. And then here we'll add custom font as well. Just for the record, I think the name of this font is Mars Needs More Cunnilingus. So obviously I chose that font. I didn't really have a choice. Okay. Okay, so maybe what we want to do instead is just duplicate. I think we want to duplicate this font like so, and we'll call this score font, score dynamic font. Cool. And then we'll load that font. Well, let's open this up and say that this is size 32. I like the big blocky font, but I think it's just overpowering that bar a little bit. Then we can drag that font into, oh my god, into here. That's so painful. Something, I don't know if it's Godot or Mac OS, but whenever I try and drag stuff in, it just chokes. It's really frustrating. That time was alright. Okay. Sweet. So now we have our scores, and I kind of want to just simplify that whole texture. So let's open up a sprite, and have a look in there. Score BG. What happened? Whoa, what's happening? What happened? What's happening? It keeps disappearing. Don't say. Okay, that was weird. Alright, what? Oh, I know why. I have an eraser set at like maximum size. That's why it's killing me. Okay. Alright, so I think, what can we do? I think we can erase these side squares a little bit. And I think we could probably just get rid of some of the contrast around here, right? And maybe just have like a mid-size gray in here. How's that gonna look? Nice. Very nice. And then those little lines, however, those perfect whites, not good enough. You can't have perfect white because it won't get modulated. So, whoops. What we'll do is we'll just modulate this just a little bit. Sorry. Get rid of these dots. And then that whole block is going to color, but it's going to be a shade of our modulation color. Right? Now, cool. Now there's one thing, I think we need a custom color. And we need our fonts to be pure white. No? Can we self-modulate? So we could keep the text white, right? But this font color should probably be white. And so instead of setting the modulate, yeah, okay. So let's reset the modulate on these, right? And instead of setting modulate, what we want to do is we want to jump into the scene and attach a script. And we'll call, score player banner. And what we'll do is we'll export a variable, export a color var, and we'll call it color. And we'll default it to white. Or, actually, I like this better. If we export an integer variable called player number equals 1, right? Then we let this component color itself. And we say const player 1 color is equal to a color of full red, no green, and no blue at full opacity. And the player 2 color is going to be the same, except it's going to be no red, full blue, and a little bit of green. And then when we're ready, we just say label dot self-modulate. Oh shit, we could have done I guess. So we self-modulate dot equals, we say like match player number. If it's 1, self-modulate equals player 1 color, right? Otherwise, it's the player 2 color. Okay. Sorry, getting lost there. Cool. And so that's for player 1, and that's for player 2. See if that works.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Sweet. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of clipping on that text. I'm sure we can fix that. And we also want to give a black outline to those numbers.
Fight.
And then when the player fights, I think what we're going to want to do is we want to essentially destroy that middle number and then just linearly interpolate so it animates like, ooh, it'd be really cool if that middle bit like disappears and then the two progress bars like and like meet in the middle and explode. I don't know, that'd be kind of cool. So like basically like this middle chunk like disappears, like falls away, and then these two expand to like collide with each other in the middle, and there's like a effect with like particles and stuff. Really cool. Isakune, Isaku. I think. Because that like that fight moment when the announcer says fight, like that's when shit gets real, right? Like that's when the game amps up. So I think making that as exciting as possible is definitely going to feel good for the players. Okay, I think I'm going to add some those dark pixels around the sides back. What do you guys think of the theme music? Anyone's there? Unclaimed BG. Okay, so this is already looking a little too, how do you say, a little too dark. So, sorry, light. So I sort of just want to bring some of these colors back, especially on the top and bottom. Okay. Maybe, I don't know, this could be kind of cool. We did something like that. Maybe even did a little bit darker. I don't know. Oops. How does that look? That's pretty cool. And if we do a one square here, I think we just even that out a little bit. Okay, how's that side border? The side border may as well not exist. Right. And then let's just do a real light grey in the middle instead of the one we've got. That's still not quite grey enough. There you go. Let's see how that looks. You know, I like that bar feeling so much that I might I'm gonna bring this out a little bit. So I'm going to bring that back into the other ones as well. It makes it feel like a little bit more 3D, I think. Just to have like some shading on that inside bit. So if we add a new color here and just go and do it like that. Oop. Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Sweet. What? Oh, I see. We went over the stretch limit. So that's why it's looking weird. Okay, so we can't go to that pixel, but that's fine. I think that doesn't make a big difference. And then we, then what? We want our label to have a black outline, right? Yep. Cool.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Now, for some reason, the text is left aligned. You might need to offset it. How do we do that? Right. Okay, so like a left margin of 5, I guess. And so this shouldn't be clipping. Put contents off. Put text is off. Wonder if we do. What can we do then? We could just make this label a lot smaller, but I don't really like that. Maybe just put an auto wrap on? Yeah, actually that would work. You could put a space between every number. Who knows? Okay, let's see.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
That kind of works. Yeah, I like that effect.
Phase 2. Fight.
something. Cool. Alright, so I really like that style of the... Well, I think the font has basically shown me the visual style, oddly enough. Like that chubby style. And I think the chubby style we can actually bring into the ships. Because I was thinking about, like, what do I do to these ships to make them feel like I want them to feel? And I don't think they're chubby enough. That's the problem. So if we increase the sprite slightly, okay, and let's just make these ships a little chubby, shall we? Let's jump into the player scene so we can have a look. Oh, no. What was it? Okay, and then what we can do is we can use some anti-aliasing to make it feel like these planes are a little rounder, right? So what's this one? Okay. So we've unlocked the palette. Okay, so let's anti-alias some of this chub. Might need to be a bit darker actually. You can do shift and A sprite. Okay, so these can be I really need my mini map on, don't I? There we go. Oh, look how chubby it looks. I love it. Chunky plane. Looks a lot cuter that way, doesn't it? Okay. And then what we can do is just add another gray. Maybe just bring in some of these lines. I don't know. I don't want it to look colored. That's the problem. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, now that doesn't quite look what I want. We had maybe a little pattern with the gray. Right. Yeah, I quite like that. You guys ever played Glider Pro on the Mac? That was cool. This makes me reminds me of like a paper airplane. Yeah. Cool. That feels a lot better, I think.
Phase 1. Collect stars and
And it's gonna match the font a little bit more. Oh, cool! And that grey means that they light up with their player color slightly when they modulate. Oh, that's cool. Alright. Meow. Oops.
Phase 2. Fight!
So I do feel like the game's a little speedier without the lights. That's fine. This is in debug mode anyway. So. Okay, alright, so I'm really happy with those interface changes. Ooh, that stopped working. Interesting. So the shoot button stopped working. It's really odd. How you doing, Chubby Panda?
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
I might even put a filter on the player now. And I guess the engines on the player aren't necessary either. Let's have a look. We could make the engines a bit chunkier as well. Okay. So if we grab our sprite and increase it by 2 pixels on each axis, 6 by 8, it's going to give us a little bit more breathing room, and we can basically just chunk this up. Alright, and let's add another palette color and just have a dark gray so we can anti-alias these a little bit with the chunk. In fact, all of this stuff's pretty much useless up the top here. You never see it. Okay, and then we can. That's not quite what I want. So we want a not quite black to be here. and maybe a slightly lighter shade up here. Cool. Alright. So now we have this sort of chubbier engine, and we can just offset the sprite by another pixel, and in the player maybe we can offset the engines by one more pixel, and that's gonna, no, a bit much.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
Okay, so those pixels at the back there are probably a little too bright. A lot too bright, actually. So we'll just darken those. In fact, darken all of them. Okay. And now,
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
nice. We got chunky weapons, chunky players. Not chunky weapons yet. Okay, one thing I don't like is how the item boxes are not perfectly white. And that means they get affected by the colors a bit too much. Well, they get affected by the colors. I don't want them to be affected by those colors. Okay, wait, we need to do an A sprite. Here. Box G. Okay. So maybe just the edges we can keep affected by the light, but if we make the center area a perfect white, then the question mark will stand out a little bit more. Right?
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
There we go. Nice. I like how the edges of the box get, you see, the edges of the box get red, or they get lit, but the center of the box doesn't, and that's a nice little effect going on there.
Phase 2. Fight.
Nice. Alright. So next thing we need to build is we need a new GUI layer for the player ammunition. Now I'm just going to go grab some water. I will be back in about 20 seconds. Alright, we're back. So what we're doing, the GUI. I just realized before I do the GUI, I want to just tweak our default bus layout so that our announcer is not quite so loud. At least not while we're developing, because it's running every time I test the scene.
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons.
So I don't really like how that clock timer is looking here, these timers. Probably we want a countdown as well on those buttons, I think.
Phase 2. Fight.
Cool. Alright. So what are we going to do about the player? The ammunition. So we've got our screen split, the score, our control split. We can't really do... Unless we... I'm thinking we modify the score node, but that's not going to quite work. We could have another layer, another vertical split. Sorry, horizontal split, and that would allow us to center those ammunition charges. Alternatively, we could keep it at the bottom of the screen where the controls are, right? I kind of like that. Yeah, I like that a lot, actually. Okay, so let's create a new... Ooh, how are we going to do this? I guess if we center it, we don't need to worry about the... Yeah, I quite like the idea of centering it. So if we center our ammunition, then it's going to always be right next to our shoot it button. And then it will be obvious, I guess. Which order we... don't know. Alright, yep, well, let's just get started and see where we get to. So what I'll do is I'll add a new child node, and we're going to call this a VBox container. And we'll say this is the P1 status. And I'm going to save this branch as a scene under our GUI controls. And I'm just going to call this our status scene. Sorry. Okay, and then we're going to attach a script, and we're just going to call it status.gb. And from our status.gb, we're going to export a int variable called player number, and by default it's going to be 1. And now we're going to jump back to our game, and we're going to duplicate this node and stick it on the other side. I'm going to call this P2 status. And then in the player number variable that we just exported, I think it should be called expose, not export, but you know, I kind of think of them as exposed variables. because like in a way you export everything in your game, don't you? So anyway, so our status here, we can give it a size value. In fact, we want to give it a size value inside the scene. So it's like a generic size applied to everything. And should we say like 16? No, 32. 32, alright. So then that, we can close this scene. Okay. And we close this scene as well. Okay, so that's quite delicate there. 32. And I guess we should always just be expanding. And let's say like 0.5. Sorry, we want to be doing all of this in here, in the scene itself, so that we don't have to repeat ourselves. Basically, we're working on the archetype, not the instance. Alright. And this one is there. Cool. So then what we want is we want two spaces. We can just call this status. We want two spaces, one on each side. And that's going to essentially, you can just use a control node. I'm going to call it spacer. And duplicate it. And then on the inside, we have a new, what should it be? Container maybe? I want to sort of like icon progress, texture progress. I guess this is going to be another VBox container, to be honest. Okay, and we can just call this like ammo. And then what I guess we're doing is we're just adding weapon icons into this ammo scene automatically. Yeah, I guess that would work. So yeah, just thinking. Okay, so I'm just going to add a dummy icon and see what it looks like. Okay, so this ammo we kind of want some sort of like padding. So maybe we could put like a color rack. And then put the VBox container inside it. Call that background. Right, we'll just make it black for now. And we'll say inside 32 by 32. Okay, and then this can go inside there, and then the sprite we would go into the GUI. So our icons are kind of wrong here. But, okay. So it's just, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Okay, so if we load our ice icon into this texture here, and I guess we'd offset by what, like 16? Negative 16? Don't know if I like that. I think instead what we could just use is like a flat button. An icon button, texture button. And keep aspect centered. And we'll just put the icon in here. Oh man. Okay. This needs to be correct, I guess. And keep centered. Okay, so I think here, everything in here needs to be expanded. Okay. This expands up to about 30%. Forward direction. Not too sure what I want this to look like. I guess we could just have like little icons. No background. Thing is, it's like if the player collects like 10 different weapons, I'm guessing I'm gonna need to like stretch them quite a bit. Huh. Maybe, but yeah, I don't think the button is really what we want. Okay, I think maybe just adding sprites here is the answer. Maybe just like a little container. Oh, a center container. Ah, that's exactly what I wanted. Oh, I didn't realize that existed. Perfect. Alright, so we just have essentially a center container for each icon. and then we just add the icons as sprites under here, right? And we'll just say like one of these. Okay, and we're going to say it's always going to be 32 by 32, and the icon is not really keeping us center, is it? I guess we need to expand. What? Okay, I think we need a control node, not a 2D node, right? So, well, texture vect, I guess. Oh, it's an item list. Not really. I think that's what we want. Yeah. And then as we duplicate these, so if we put a little bit of a, can we put a color on any of these? Not really. Okay, but as we duplicate these, they're not really spacing, are they? So actually we want to create this at 32. Alright, and then we just duplicate like that. I wonder if we even need this center container in that case. We just do, well, that needs to be 32 by 32. And we just duplicate that. Then these, so this would be an ammo icon. These would need to be, I don't know, it's kind of weird. I know I'm not really doing this correctly, I can almost guarantee it. So 32 by 32, alright. Stretch mode, keep centered, there we go, right? Now these can have a stretch ratio of like obscene amounts. But because we've got a minimum height, there will never be anything but centered. And then as we add these ammos, they're going to add centered. Perfect. Fantastic. Okay. So then what we want to do is well, let's just add 3 of these. Go back to the game and have a look at how it looks. Right. And then we can just put a little box around it in our graphics. And that can represent the ammunition that the players picked up on their in phase 1. Wow, whatever phase. Cool. All right. Let's have a...
Phase 1. Collect stars and weapons. Phase 2. Fight.
Cool. Alright. So, we just need to update our little weapon icons down here. Then add the ability to collect multiple weapons. Then I think it's mostly just main menu and a couple of other, nice to have features. We'll maybe make some more levels. We've got a few more sound effects for the announcer. Like whenever you pick up a weapon, you will the announcer will tell you which weapon you picked up. And then what else? Yeah, a few tweaks, and then I think we'll be ready to run through the publish process, publish to the App Store. If you're interested, give us a message on Twitch or Twitter. There's a Discord channel as well. If you want to be part of the beta testing for this game. So don't forget to follow if you're interested in keeping up to date. Sweet. So let me just close the game. So today we added a phase system to our game. So first phase of the game, you can't shoot. The whole aim of the game is just collecting stars and weapons and preparing for phase 2. And at phase 2, your weapons turn on and engage, and the announcer tells you fight. We did a panel system, so we can pop up messages. We pause the game, pop up a message, we animate the text, we play an announcer sound. Phase 1, collect stars and weapons, right? And then we fade it away, we unpause the game, and we continue. So that's the panel system we built today. We started the GUI for our ammunition. We updated all the visuals for our in-game GUI. So the control buttons, the score counters. We added a timer to our shoot button, which shows you how long there's left in the phase until your shoot button activates. And we also made the player icon, or the player sprite, a lot more chubby and cute, which I think is making it look a lot nicer. So yeah, I'm very happy with the progress today. Don't forget, we have a Discord channel. So if you are a developer of games or apps or whatever, and you're working on a side product, a side project, and you'd like help and support from like-minded individuals, then jump into the Discord. I'll do my best to help you where I can, and maybe even bring certain problems onto stream if you need help in that way. There's a Twitter account if you're interested in getting a tweet whenever we go live. There's a YouTube channel where I'm going to be posting highlights. Well, I am posting highlights. And of course, sebthecat.com is a blog where I'm posting source code, tips and tricks, bugs I've run into, as well as project overviews and links to games, like the test games and things. So check that out as well. As always, I think you should have a lovely rest of your day. And I think you should take it very, very easy. Thank you for watching, and I'll catch you tomorrow. This is Seb the Cat. Ciao.